Hey, sorry about that, James. I forgot I need to start the YouTube VOD. But we're all good now. We're all good now. Let's go ahead and jump on over. Hi. Hello, everyone. Hello. Hi. Hi. Let me say hi to you guys. Hello. Standing. Hello. Who's it? Hello, lurkers. And hello, VOD watchers. Happy new week. Happy Choomsday. Hope everyone is doing well. Hope you all had a good weekend, good Sunday, good start to the week. Nothing too crazy going on. Maybe dare I say even something fun or exciting. I had a very good weekend. The day, it's been alright. It's been okay. Honestly, it's gone pretty well. I did get my time off approved for next week, so I'm gonna have a nice little week-long vacation to go with Thanksgiving, which I could use. I'm looking forward to that. So yeah, I'm just getting all my work wrapped up so I can submit it and not have anything waiting for me when I get back, or be blocking anybody or anything. So yes, Sunday, I had a little adventure. I posted some photos on the Discord. I went over to the city. Hello, Mage. Happy Choomsday. I hope you're doing well. Love having a holiday that celebrates food. I feel like most holidays should celebrate, or at least have food as part of the celebration. I feel like food is one of the great accomplishments of the human race. It should just be part of it. It should just be part of the process, you know? And granted, Thanksgiving is like all about the eating of the food. But, why not? It is a reason for people to come together and, hopefully anyway, enjoy each other's company. So yeah, what was Sunday? So I went over to the city. I met up with a friend, and we went to the aquarium. I had never been to the aquarium, and neither had they. So it was an exciting opportunity. Still a hunter-gatherer at heart. That reminded me. I was watching Kurtzkasau put out a video today talking about fat. I know, everyone's favorite topic. But they were explaining how fat is an organ. It is a system with an incredible amount of complexity and interactions with other parts of your body. And they're explaining like what essentially goes wrong with it, and the weird ways that it can be so destructive if it is not taken care of. And I think it's a very interesting sort of way to look at it, because so often fat is sort of treated like a buildup, right? It's treated like a material that sort of collects in the body, and it has to be removed. And it's like, no, this is an organ. This is a thing that is performing a biological function. And it is, I was thinking about it, it's very weird because like in a natural setting, there has never been a stressor that would require an evolutionary response to an overabundance of food, right? Like in some cases, you might get an insane amount of food, right? And at most, it lasts a couple of days, right? And then you're back to your normal. Hello, Sonic. Welcome in. Thank you for the 10-bit please. I hope you're having a good week. Welcome. Is the gift cat ears? But yeah, like, you know, the body evolves due to stressors. It evolves as a requirement of, oh, my environment is putting this challenge in front of me. Why do you always say cat ears? Because it's always cat ears. Look, I'm just working off of the trend data. And like I said, it's evolutionary stressors. But yeah, like I can't think of any time a species would have just had more food than they know what to do with at a constant rate, just every day, more ears than it could possibly be. Also, I see that Mage snuck in with the cat ears. It's always the ones you least expect. So yeah, it makes sense that if you give the body too much food, it tries to store it in the fat because that's what it expects to happen. It's like, oh, I'm getting a ton of food. I should store this for later because we might not have, you know, an overabundance going forward. This is probably just going to be some crazy one-off that we happened into, and then it happens tomorrow and the next day and the next week and the next month, and the fat is just like, I don't know what to do here, and it just kind of panics. It doesn't know how to handle the overabundance of incoming nutrients. It was very interesting. It was a very interesting video. If you guys don't watch Curse Cassette, it's a very good channel. I highly recommend them. A lot of stuff to think about. Some of it very existential, but it's a fun time. It's a good channel. So yeah, my Sunday adventure got off to a very interesting start because I left with what I figured would be enough time. You know, I like to leave a little bit early so that I have some wiggle room, especially when I'm dealing with public transit, because, you know, buses and trains can get delayed, they can run late, the schedule can get wonky, and so I'm just like, alright, I'll give myself a good amount of time so that we'll, you know, get there early, and the worst case is I just wait around a little bit. So the first part was okay, but Google kept suggesting that I take bus 1 over to another bus and then, you know, take that down. I'm like, okay, but that would be a 20-minute wait for the second bus, and I really don't want to do that. So I'm just gonna take the train like I normally do. So most of the train stops this weekend were down for track maintenance. And so they were offering a shuttle service in place of the train. So I got off the bus, accidentally got off a stop too early, but it was fine. You know, it was a nice morning, so I just walked over to my stop. Wasn't too far. Barely missed a train, but another one came like 2 minutes later. I'm like, all right, well, that's not a big deal. The train that I ended up getting on got delayed for like 15 minutes. So it was just one of those domino things of, if I had gotten off at the right stop, I would have caught the good train that didn't get delayed. And then, but yeah, so I got delayed sitting in the train. And that was a bumpy ride. And then I got off at the stop, right, where they closed everything, and went up and got on the shuttle, and the shuttle was like not a normal bus route, and it was going through streets that clearly was not comfortable having buses on them. And so I got close enough, I was just like, sod it, and just got off and walked the rest of the way. And I swear, as I was walking down the street to get to the aquarium, I saw the shuttle. Like, I was keeping pace with the shuttle. It was not getting any faster than I was walking. It's like, this is not a great plan. I realize there's not a lot that you can do, and you gotta, run maintenance on the tracks. You gotta keep them in good condition before something catastrophic happens, but I feel like there must have been something that could be done, right? But it was okay. So after that little kerfuffle, I did meet up with my friend. We went to the academy, the aquarium. It was very cool. It was a very cool aquarium. I'm a little bit spoiled because I have many times gone to the Monterey Aquarium in California, which I'm not going to say it's the greatest aquarium in the world, but it's probably one of the greatest and one of the biggest. So by comparison, this one was good. It was not quite as, balls to the wall, massive, sprawling complex. But they did have seals. They had seals and otters, which, God, I love otters so much. They're so cute. I never realized that sea otters are like 3 times the size of river otters. But then you see them side by side and you're like, oh yeah, holy shit, you're huge, bro. Just a massive water puppy. Why, maybe because I love otters.
Why are you being such Jerry-san?
Because otters are cute. Look, if otters aren't supposed to be pets, why do they behave like dogs and sound like squeak toys? It's not fair. Maybe this is a bigger challenge. It probably is. It probably is. One of the signs was saying that sea otters, because you know how sea otters will like link together, they'll like hold hands so that they don't drift apart in the water. So apparently they will form massive groups of like same-sex collections of otters, schools of otters, and link them to get, link hands together. And those are called rafts. So you'll just be floating in the ocean with the bros. And my friend was saying that they wanted to start a gay bar and call it the Raft. Which frankly is kind of brilliant. So yeah, that was a lot of fun. I love the otters so much. They had a couple of jellyfish displays, and they had a big like coastal reef display that had some different kinds of rays and a couple of sharks and just a ton of fish. It was very cool. It was a very good time. So yeah, we were there for a couple hours, and I made my way back. They had been up for a while, so they headed on home, and wasn't really a lot else that I wanted to do in the city, so I did stop by one place and I bought some ginger jelly, which is really tasty. Anytime I'm over in the city, if I'm near there, I'll stop by and pick up some of their jelly because it's sort of a special thing that I'll do. Yeah, once I made it back, I got back early enough that Amalia was still streaming. So I was able to deliver the art piece that we did for her. She seemed to like it. That was good. That was very cool. So yeah, it was a good weekend. It was a tiring weekend. Adventures often are, but it was a fun time. It was good. Yeah, I'd say the only thing that kind of was a little bit off and frankly kind of resolved itself yesterday was I got back on Sunday and was just like, I tried drawing. It was just like, I have no ideas. I don't know what I want to do. So I just kind of chilled out for the rest of the day. I didn't try and force anything. And then yesterday, I felt like I just got all my mojo back and I ended up doing a bunch of sketching. It was good. It was a good time. Hopefully, we can carry that energy into today and get some good progress on this art piece that we're going to keep doing for Oni. But yeah, how are you all doing? How was your weekend? How is your week going so far? I know it's still a week away, but does anyone have any like exciting plans or stuff that they're looking forward to for Thanksgiving next week? I know obviously Black Friday is going to be a big spending day. I don't know if you guys are on the hunt for anything there. I kept saying I was going to buy a 1440p monitor during the Black Friday sales, and now that it's only a week away, I'm like, shit, I should actually find out which one I want to buy. I've been saying it for months and I've never actually like done anything to get ready for it. Wouldn't be a bad idea to actually know which one I wanna go for. So a little bit of point of order, I guess. Point of order? Just checking up about the Star Citizen stuff that we're gonna be doing on Thursday. So, in a rare sort of turn, I guess you might say, they don't. By that I mean they don't normally do this. CIG has announced the release date for 4.4. It is going to be on Wednesday. It's tomorrow. Oh boy. I'm glad I'm not a developer at CIG. I think it would be fine to be an artist, but I would really hate to be like a programmer or systems designer or anything, because I feel like you must almost be in a constant state of crunch. Because basically what they're planning to do is they've had the patch in various levels of testing, you know, internal and then closed group testing for a few weeks now. But they're going to release it to live tomorrow. And that will give them 24 hours to hotfix it before IE starts on Thursday. Which just sounds insane to me. I feel like that would just be such a stressful 24 hours of we need to intake, process, and resolve as many bugs as we can in the next 24-hour period. Which is... Or you could just hold off for 2 weeks. You could just hold it for 2 weeks. Like, look, I'm excited for 4.4. I think it's gonna be a cool patch. But if it's just a disaster, then what do you do? And I don't think they can roll it back, right? Like, if they put 4.4 to live and it turns out that it doesn't work for some reason, right? It introduces some fatal glitch that causes every client to crash or something. You know, it probably wouldn't be that severe, but, you know, hypothetically, I don't think they have a way that they can roll it, like force everyone back to 4.22. Or roll it a big pack. I don't know. And I was talking about this, right? That I feel like they're trying to eat the cake and have it too. They want to put out the big exciting features and, you know, get the test data, but then they also want to put forward the semblance of being a playable complete game to the wider public. And it's like, you can't do both of these things, right? 4.3.2 is in a pretty good spot. That would be a better thing to show as to the public face of, yeah, here's more or less what the game looks like when it runs. If you're interested, buy. And if you're not, then keep an eye on it. But no, then they also want to do this crazy shit with, yeah, getting the latest version out so that they can test it and give feedback and roll features out. And it's like, I get that, but these are contradictory plans. So I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. I'm not a big fan of it, and I think there's a fair amount of trepidation just listening to people talk about it. So we'll see. I don't know. But yeah, if you are interested in trying it out, you've not made the account, I did link the referral code, which will get you extra credits to start out with. Just make the game a little bit easier. And then obviously, if you have any questions about it, feel free to ask. And we'll probably do a little bit of like a, not I guess an AMA, but just sort of like a walkthrough process. A little bit of showcasing of the expo floor, and then probably do some gameplay. Hopefully everything will be running smoothly enough when we get to Thursday. But I imagine it'll be a little chaotic. But here's hoping nothing too crazy, right? Yeah, that said, like I said, the system, the game is not well optimized yet. It does get up to decent frame rates in some areas. Like if you get away from the high population, high density areas, the game does run decently well. I have found, like, I can regularly get like 60 FPS even in, you know, like the ASD facilities. It's really just like the cities that I find the frame rate really tanks. So you can probably get a decent experience, especially if you're able to turn frame gen on. I think that smooths it out quite a lot. But yeah, I don't know what y'all have in terms of computer performance, but that could certainly be a limiting factor. And frankly, I don't think CIG have put out any sort of like tech requirements or system requirements, just because it's like, I don't know, man, when we started working on this game there was like DirectX 10 and now we're migrating to Vulkan. I don't even know if it was DirectX 10, it might have been DirectX 9. Shit. So, I don't know. We'll see. We will see. We'll see. I am looking forward to the patch. I think the patch is going to be very cool. I think they are moving in a cool direction with everything. I wish they would take a little bit more time to make sure that they're doing things in a smart way. And frankly, whoever is making, I feel like marketing has an outsized influence on the scheduling of these things, and I wish they would not, but not my call to make. Well, so I just want to read this quote, and then we'll jump into the art time. Because I saw this earlier, and I think it's actually a fairly old Tumblr post, but it came across my Blue Sky feed, and I feel like it is a good sort of way to put a lot of the stuff that we've been sort of talking about with like games as an experience and motivations to play and whatnot. So, yeah, quote. Avoid video games that use extrinsic motivation. A video game should at least mostly rely on intrinsic motivation, meaning that the playing of the game itself is the fun part, not the reward you get for playing the game. If you don't enjoy the gameplay, but you want to earn loot boxes, you've fallen into the intentionally exploitative system operating within so many games nowadays, and you need to find another game because you're not having fun. It doesn't sound serious, but this kind of thing can make depression way worse if you've already got depression. Go ahead and jump over, but I feel like, I don't think that's the entire argument, but I think it's a very important thing to sort of be aware of and think about, like how many games have loot boxes or role systems or battle passes, and you have logged on. You have opened the game up and played it, not necessarily because you wanted to play the game, not because it was like, oh yeah, it is time to play my favorite game, but it's like, shit, I've got X amount of time left to finish the battle pass, and if I don't, it's gone, so I gotta jump in and finish that. Before we get any more into the painting, I wanted to try something really quickly. Like, if you are actively having fun playing a particular game, I'll see if that would look better, but I think we'll just leave it where it is. I think it's fine. Like, if you are not actively enjoying the playing of the game, but you still feel some sort of obligation because you want, as the post said, the reward systems. You want the stuff that the game gives you for playing it, rather than to just enjoy playing the game itself. It's time to find a game you actually enjoy. Like I said, the rewards out of Helldivers 2 are virtually non-existent, right? Occasionally you'll get super credits that let you buy more war bonds and unlock generally just side grade weapons. Like nothing that you unlock from the war bonds is objectively better of a weapon. It's mostly just like variations on different ideas, which is good, right? Like, if there were the feeling of, oh, I'm buying power, I have to unlock war bonds so that I can, complete missions more reliably or have more fun, then, well, that's not good, right? But, if you just want to have more sort of ways that you can customize your character or mix and match ideas or try new builds, then yeah, we're bonded up. But my coworkers and I play Helldivers 2 when we do because we're having fun with it. It is actually an entertaining game to play, and we don't feel like required to play it. There's no, use it or lose it. There's no pressure to complete a war bond within a certain period of time. There have been some limited time events, right? Like the invasion of Super Earth was a limited time thing. That was an event that played out in real time. So if you weren't there for it, then you don't get to experience it. But they keep using the city maps. Once the invasion was over, they rolled them out onto other planets. They made them better. They made them run better, and they added versions that the automatons and the terminids can invade. So they actually, like the version of it that they used in Super Earth wasn't even the best version. It was more just about the being there and being a part of it that makes it particularly special. In a way, there's something almost... So, I'm not even going to apologize for talking about Star Citizen at this point, because you guys know that I'm interested in it. And that I dare say I like the game. But, we're in the development phase. We are in what they're generously calling an alpha. I suppose it's fair enough to call it an alpha at this point. But eventually the game is going to go to live, right? They're going to release 1.0 and call the game feature complete and ready for, live service. At which point, they're going to wipe the game. If you have purchased a ship with real money, then you will still retain ownership of that ship. But everything that you have earned in-game, you are starting fresh. Everyone is starting from the same position. Which in some ways is kind of nice, right? Because to a certain degree, I'm just like, okay, so I'm just playing the game to play the game, right? I'm not worried about like long-term progression. I'm not worried about the development of my character, because at some point all of this is just going to get nuked and reset to 0 anyway. So right now I should just try stuff out and have fun and not care about any sort of extrinsic or lasting reward systems. I was watching a video the other day. It's an animator, content creator that I watch sometimes. I was just sort of ranting about just a lot of the frustrations that she's had recently with modern society, technology, and just sort of the sense that she has gotten. You know, there's a lot of sort of interconnected parts, but just sort of the sense of like things don't work anymore, and almost to some degree it's like they're designed not to work. They just have to be barely functional enough to sell. So I am a very I feel somewhat curmudgeon-y. Like, I kind of hate installing apps on my phone, right? I have a couple of apps for work. I have Discord. I have Twitter. I never check Twitter on there because it is an objectively worse experience. I have an internet browser. I have a calendar. I have a weather app. I have a note taker. I have some stuff for like tabletops and whatnot. And that's pretty much it. Like, I don't have a ride share, Uber or Lyft or whatever. I don't have any of those. I don't have... I don't like downloading apps for everything. I don't like everything being smart technology that I need to have. You know, I need to turn my phone into a remote to control. It's like this, my toaster, my fridge does not need an app. It's a fucking toaster. If it can't make toast, it's useless. And it doesn't need Bluetooth connection to make toast. It needs a dial and a heating coil. You know, she went into a number of things that she had been dealing with and experiencing, but I don't know. I agreed with her on a lot of the point of just like, it feels like things have gotten overly complicated because they're not just looking to like sell you a product, they're looking to rope you in. They're looking to get people sort of onboarded onto something that they can continue to sell them on. It just feels really shitty. Taking my PS4 wanted me to sign in using an app on my phone. Why? To do what? Why would you need to do that? Well, so this is a really good example too, right? The PS4 is really guilty of this. The PS5 is guilty of it. Hell, I think even the Switch is guilty of this, right? Like, it used to be a thing. Back in the day, you sign into the PlayStation Network for an update. Wait, so you needed to sign into the PS4 using an app on your phone to sign into the PlayStation Network to update the PS4. Nani the fuck? So this doesn't even give away my age because this wasn't that long ago. It used to be the thing that you would get a new console for Christmas or whatever, right? You would save up and you would finally get it. You would go to the store, get the box, take it home, you would plug it in, you would put a game in, and it would just go. Right? And that was it. That was the entire experience. It was literally plug and play. And now, if you want to have a good... Hello, Lumi. Welcome back. I hope you had a good vacation. Good to see you. We're just ranting about tech being stupid and bloated while we work on some artwork. Yeah, nowadays, if you want to have a nice, like, Christmas Day gaming experience on your brand new console, if you want your kids to have that, you buy the console, you unbox it, you run all the updates before Christmas, and then you rebox it and wrap it. And hope that an update doesn't get shadow dropped between now and Christmas. Mine was delayed both my god, dude. Well, I'm glad you got back okay. Delays and all. I hope you had a good time. Took 2 hours. I just want to play the fucking games! Like, I don't know that anyone would practically do it. Could you imagine getting a new Steam Deck and being super excited and you like go on a trip or like go on the train and boot it up for the first time just to discover that it needs to do setup and you have no Wi-Fi because you're like on the road, and so you're just sitting there with a brick. A $500 brick, as opposed to, say, a DS or a Game Boy where you would plug the cartridge in and it would just start playing it. It's so dumb. It is. So I get part of why it happens, right? I get part of why it exists, right? There's a bunch of stuff that we do generally want, right? Multiplayer support, internet connectivity, achievement boards, whatever, right? There's a bunch of stuff that does require setup and connectivity and all that and whatever. It's like fine, and you know, if you bought a Steam Deck like 4 years after they initially came out or however long, there's been a lot of stuff that's been added and it has to be brought up to speed. Fine, I get that. But I think what would make the process a lot smoother is you sort of have the out-of-box experience, right? It is functional. It works. If you want additional features, if you want upgrades, if you want add-ons that have been made since then, You can then opt in and download those things, right? Don't make the setup mandatory the moment the device powers up. You know, and this is for like entertainment items. This is for whatever, you know, technologies are available. A fridge doesn't need a goddamn software update. It's a fridge. We've been making them for 100 years. I'm pretty sure there haven't been these remarkable innovations in refrigeration technology in like the last 50. So I don't know what you're talking about with the goddamn software update.
Get your gun, kiss your wife, hug your daughter. Tell her you're all to me, pay your rider. Don't let her fall in love with the pale rider.
So I have, you know, those nice like wall-mounted LED light panels. I've got a set of those. I like them. They're very nice. They're very colorful. You know, I can create a bunch of different like light combinations, color combinations, depending on my mood, depending on just, you know, what I want to sort of fill the space with on a given day. It's good. It's good. It sparks joy. Of course, I need an app for it. I have the app on my phone. I forgot about that one. I have the desktop software, so I can turn it on from there. The desktop software, the desktop program, is bugged. It's not able to update anymore. So anytime I try and run it, it tries to fetch the update and will just sit there for like 30 seconds as it fails repeatedly and then just opens on its current version. It's like, or you could just shut the fuck up and stop trying to update and just run, because you're fine. You run lights. It's so dumb. It's so annoying. Not everything needs an app. Not everything needs an account or a subscription. Sometimes a thing is just a thing and needs to be treated like a thing. But it's like, it's not profitable, or it's not profitable enough to just make a thing anymore. It needs to be a thing with a service attached that you can sell them more things or services. I was trying for self-improvement. I don't need them to improve. I just need them to do the thing that they were made to do. Whatever. My quiet little rebellion is just never using Lyft or Uber. I just don't put apps on my phone. I don't know. If I need to, I'll like call a taxi or something, or I'll just figure out how to bus. I realize there are some areas where public transit is really limited and that's not an option for people. I get that. But I just generally don't like that service model. I'm not comfortable with it. Maybe I'm the weird one, but you know what? I'm okay being weird in this case. Okay, so what I want to do here, I think that looks pretty okay. Not great, but okay. And we'll sort of bring this around like so, get the brighter corner down here. And then sort of the outer side of the collar is going to go like that. Okay, yeah, and then the hair will kind of fall over this part of the collar. God, don't even get me fucking started on Windows. Fuck you, Windows. Microsoft's entire business model is just sleazy at this point. I'm really hoping at some point Linux finally becomes a truly viable alternative operating system, so we can finally just tell Microsoft to fuck off and watch them have a panic attack. That would be a good day. Let's try and clean this up some more. I think we're in a good spot having everything ready for December. I don't think I'm gonna have a lot more planned, or a lot more than I have currently planned. But the progress on that is going very well. And the next week, since I'm gonna take a little vacation myself, will give me plenty of time to sort of knock out everything else that I have planned. Oh, and I did start putting together the poll for the D&D creation project. The big thing, once I started really digging into it, is realizing, oh, there's a lot of options. So I want to essentially figure out a way to sort of consolidate it, or make it a more wieldy pull to give to you guys. So I'm not just like, yeah, here's 20 options. Pick one. Yeah, I'll figure that out. I figure we're either gonna have to run the poll on Discord, you know, using a React or something. I think Discord has some sort of polling system. So maybe we can do something directly on there. If not, it would have to be some sort of Google Doc or feedback sheet or something to that effect, right? But in either case, if you do want to cast your vote and give your opinion on what type of D&D character you would like to see get made, that is going to be run through the Discord, so please be sure to check there. I know not everyone uses Discord frequently or really much at all, which is honestly fair. It's totally understandable. You know, like for a lot of people, Discord sort of falls into the same category as a lot of other social media, and it's not necessarily something that you want to use a lot or you really feel comfortable using. But I'm definitely not posting it to something like Twitter or Blue Sky where just random people could find or contribute to it, right? It would definitely be something that I want to keep more focused within the community, and so that would mean some a location, a platform that I have more ability to enforce. So yeah, please keep an eye out for that in the not too distant future. I do feel bad because I always have these like ideas for stuff that we could do or things I would need to set up, and then I just never get around to sort of completing the necessary steps to get that up and going. I feel like I let you guys down, and I'm sorry. I mean, it's not for a lack of want. It's simply a matter of trying to get to everything that I want to. As the Amelie song goes, there's a million things that I want to do, but only maybe 10 that I might see through. I'm lucky, frankly, we're lucky if we get as far as 10. Okay. Volumes are getting there. Hair is certainly taking its sweet time, so kind of want to jump around just so that we can continue to do our primary cleanup on more areas. Whoop! Careful. Here we go. The other thing that I was thinking about earlier, could kind of use your guys' input on, is for next week, we have, normally we do a stream on Thursday, but Thursday is going to be Thanksgiving. So I don't have any plans at the moment for a Thursday Thanksgiving dinner type situation or anything. But obviously a lot of people are going to. They're going to be busy that day, either cooking themselves or going to friends or family's houses. And so I was curious, would it be better to move next week's Thursday stream to another day, possibly Friday or Wednesday? Well, we could do either. No. Yeah, I kind of need to know, like, what y'all are thinking about that. It helps that I have drawn enough characters with braids that I've started to understand the general idea. And yes, every time I realize that I've drawn it, or I've set myself up to draw another braid, I wonder why I hate myself, but sometimes you must suffer for your art. There we go. You know, I wanted to bounce on to other things, and then I wound up back on the hair because there's just so much to get through. Let's see.
Have I ever really loved someone like myself? What I've got now, the crazy stamps down the dewdrops and the fear is switching sides. I own $1 million worth of stock, but I still won't sleep at night. What is it that I've become? Minus 61. Now the water level rises high in my cold paradise. Men sit in circles and talk numbers I never really liked. The way they think of life as some kind of gamble and watch the sea drown.
Could you fucking please do the thing?
Minus 61. Now the wind cuts the leaves like a knife, and the sun is out of sight.
This is
See the
work.
world they built to lose.
Okay, that's close. Mostly just try to change the shape and the direction a
Made the
little bit.
worst mistake one can make, pretending and playing blind. What is it to try to find?
There we go. It's looking a bit better. Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah. I don't like how this looks. How do I fix it though? There we go. Did you deleted it? I don't think I asked it to do that. Whatever. Okay, yeah, I think. Yeah, the buckle in the model doesn't feel like it's really doing that much. Like there's sort of the end of the strap coming out like this. But I think what we'll do is sort of better imply or infer the strap sort of coming up through the buckle like this. And sort of get that curve going through here. fuck was that? Whatever.
Light glimmers in a flower, like jewels in a dream. The sky
Expand the space between the strap and the collar a little bit more. I still need to figure out the particulars of this vine. It's not too critical at the moment. As long as we maintain a good thickness to it that feels like it can actually bear weight and not just sort of be a shitty little top. Also, we're gonna need to do a lot of revisions of this hand to make it look reasonable. Okay, but I think that looks pretty good, so let's go ahead and merge that in. Chat, I want to talk with you about something. And I apologize. I'm going to try not to make this sound too whiny or selfish, but I feel like it's something that I need to bring up because it's better to talk about it. So I totally get that for a lot of people, streaming is second monitor content. You know, it's not necessarily the thing that you are focusing on or interacting with the most. A lot of times you'll be playing something or doing something, or doing stuff about the house. A lot of times, I do that when I'm watching other streamers as well. I'll be working on a drawing or playing the game, or I'll be taking care of laundry, or whatever the case may be. So I totally get that. I think that's fair. I think that's fine. I'm not gonna tell you how you should interact with the stream. And I can ramble with myself for hours about various topics. I think I've gotten, even outside of the streams, I will do that a lot with myself. Just I find talking is a nice way to sort of work through my thoughts. But with stuff like the plans for next week, the plans for Thursday, for this Thursday and for next Thursday, that is really something that I need to know what makes sense for you, right? That is something that I need to have feedback on so that I can plan appropriately. And when I lay all of that out and I don't get anything from you guys, that kind of that feels kind of shitty, you know. Like I worry that, you know, I'm not gonna know what to do, and so we just sort of plan to have a normal stream on Thursday, and then because, you know, it's a holiday, everyone already has plans, and so I'm gonna start the stream, and then nobody shows up. Which would feel, you know, pretty bad. So, you know, I'm like I said, I'm not telling you guys how to interact with streams, but I do at times need something back from you guys, right? I need to know what is going on, right? Like if I ask a question, if I, you know, ask for feedback on something, yeah, you know, like I'm sorry to kind of bring the mood down. It's difficult to bring up, but yeah, it can be really, what's the word, disheartening to try and, you know, put something out there to get to, you know, put out a question or try and, like, you know, get a dialogue going, and then just nothing happens, you know. um, so yeah, I guess either here or just on Discord, let me know kind of what next week is gonna be feasible, and I guess we can sort of make plans that way. Yeah, I just need to bring that up.
S'en va dans l'oubli éternel. Et Gustave, Dom Guardiam, dilim didididilam, Gute seradodidam, seram, dim dim da 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 dim dim da 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 dim da di dam, dim dim da 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 dim dim da 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 dim da di dam. Dans là-haut sera ravi, les toits à sœur noir gris fera, clair, obscur, trouble de rature, trouvera effet, clair, obscur, bordé aux peintures, trouvera sans elle, clair, obscur, trouble de rature, trouvera effet, clair, obscur, bordé aux peintures, trouvera sans elle. Ô clair, obscur, trouble, clair, obscur, guardé aux peintures. Clair, obscur, trouble de rature, trouvera effet. Clair, obscur, guardé aux peintures, trouvera sans elle. Clair, obscur, trouble de rature, trouvera effet. Clair, obscur, guardé aux peintures, trouvera sans elle.
Lots of stuff going on around me. Most of the times I'm looking for videos and I don't care. Yeah, and like I said, I get that the stream is not necessarily the focal point a lot of the time. You know, that is definitely true for me a lot of times, that, you know, I'll have something else going on. So I get that. It's just, it can be really difficult when I'm like trying to get that. I get that I'm probably not the most exciting or engaging of streamers, but exciting what's already out. Some of them certainly do have incredible levels of energy. They just built different. While I'm thinking about it, I'm gonna put the poll up on Discord. Let's see. Yes. There we go. We got yes. We got nope. And we'll see what people say. Hmm. I realize there's a lot of Europeans and Canadians that the whole thing is kind of a moot point, but I haven't done fuck all with this arm yet. I guess we want to go ahead and jump over to that. Pretty much everyone not American is like, what? This should be able. We'll rest day. Solo games? I'm not sure what you mean. Yeah, unfortunately, the way we have the schedule set up, moving the stream would make it back to back, which I know is normal for a lot of people, but it feels weird for me. It feels unnatural. Yeah, and usually, so usually what I do is, you know, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturdays is a stream, and then Wednesday, Friday, Sunday is when I do my workouts of one nature or another. So obviously we can, you know, we can flex for a week. It's not gonna destroy anything to be a little bit variable. It just, it feels weird. It throws off the groove. Hiding on here does not make sense. Does not make sense. It's not, the forearm and the hand are not agreeing with each other yet. I think we need more fall off on this side. Or like that. Excuse me. It's a little bit better. I think if we actually sort of continue the tones through rather than... Though she does have the bracelets, so we gotta make sure to go back in and add those. But that's... We can sort of do that a little bit after the fact. More important is making sure that the wrist that those bracelets sit on makes sense and feels correct. Okay. Yeah, I've become a big fan of the color mixing mode the Clip Studio has. It definitely helps a lot. Just gotta be sure not to overuse it. Sometimes all objects need to be solid. It shouldn't be blended. And I left a fun little assignment past me did. I'm only drawing up to the first knuckle on each of these fingers. So now I gotta figure out where the rest of the fucking hand goes. Past me is a dick. Yeah, Theophany got 2 of the Majora albums done. They got basically everything up to the, not the Deku Palace, but the temple in the swamp. Unfortunately, well, not really unfortunately, but he got occupied with other projects after that, working on Kana, and I don't know what he's been up to since then. But hopefully we'll come back and finish the rest of the series, but who knows? fingers down and get a bit more their definition of the shape, it'll start to feel a little less terrible, but I might still need to rework more of it. Okay, I'm not working. Kind of. I feel like there should be some curve, right? There we go. Maybe. I'm not sure anyone ever fully learns how to draw hands. They just get good enough at creating an approximately correct shape that they're just like, yeah, that'll do. Yeah, let's go ahead and get rid of this because we do have a reference of the nail color on the thumb. And the thumb's in an okay spot, so I'm alright with that. Spread that out a little bit more. Get a bit more of a feeling of like really sort of planting the hand to get a decent grip on it, right? Not clenching it, but just a clear, like... Yeah, okay. So we can sort of put this up a little bit and then sort of knock that over like so. I like to say, hands are the hardest thing to draw aside from everything else. found is it's really hard to practice drawing feet because you always get people being really weird about it. I don't know. For me, feet are honestly kind of harder than hands just because of how much they're dependent on perspective and planar alignment. Like, the challenge with hands is how much the shape can deform depending on the posture of the hand and the grip. But there are certain things I feel like you can sort of simplify the overall shape enough to get a good foundation. And then refine it. Whereas feet, if you need to have good perspective, you need to know how the character sits in space, you need to know what the perspective of the ground plane is, the perspective, the angle of the camera. It just feels like there's so many more factors. Wait, her nails are purple. Shit, I think one of the earlier concepts they were red. Fuck, alright. Easy enough fix. Yeah. So the one real beneficial thing about toes, much more so than fingers, is you can reduce toes down essentially to 3 groups, right? You have the big toe, you have the pinky toe, and then the middle 3 tend to sort of operate as a unit. So those are a lot easier to just sort of condense into a simple shape. And sort of figure out what those are doing. And then you can sort of break them up using lighting. You know, a lot of times when I'm doing a hand, I'll sort of keep the middle and ring fingers together, you know, simplify it into the sort of cartoonish 3-finger setup. You know, obviously in a situation like this, it doesn't work so well because I want to really sort of splay the hand out. But there are a lot of instances where you can get away with that because typically either the ring and pinky finger will sort of be operating together, or the ring and middle finger will be operating together. Or, you know, if it's, you know, the hand is sort of gripping around a thing, then you can sort of set up like a cylindrical box, for lack of a better term. You know, I didn't do a great job of it over here. The hand kind of looks awful, but simpler to do that than to try and figure out what each finger is doing individually rather than consider them as part of the entirety of the hand, the collective. Okay. That's looking pretty good, I think. Honestly, very far from complete, but at least gives us a good direction for it. Let's see. Oh, there's so much garbage on YouTube. I hate it. I think we'll just put the lo-fi on for now. Okay, I think that's working alright. Yeah, that's pretty neat. Alright, now, as much as... yeah, unfortunately, the joys of living near a highway where a bunch of idiots like to rev their loud motors. Where we live is generally pretty nice, but if there were one particular issue, it's that. It's that. Let's see. Yeah, frankly, it's probably not a particularly unique experience. It's just not. I don't much enjoy it. It has made me consider the viability of moving out to the woods. Like, would I rather deal with people or with bears? Bears. It would definitely be bears. Bears would be better. Bears are honest. You know what a bear's intention is. It might be to maul your face off, but at least you know it, right? Not duplicitous in their mauling desires. Looks pretty good. Alright. I saw the Game Awards and posted their nominees. I've not gone in to vote on anything. I think that one video that we watched, I think he got it 6 for 6 on the Game of the Year nominations. I think every game that he thought was going to be a nominee ended up being there. It's like, good job, buddy. I don't know. It is gonna be a really contentious year this year, and I'm sure the internet will handle it in a very respectful and mature way. I don't know. Yeah, well, and frankly, I'm not sure. I'm more interested in the nominees than in voting on anything. I haven't actually played that many games that came out this year. I still haven't played Expedition 33. I'm probably not going to play Silk Song. I haven't played Hades 2. You know, I played Wilds, but frankly, with the problems that Wilds has been suffering from, I don't know that it's gonna get much of anything in terms of nominations. I have heard Silk Song is hard, and frankly, as much as I love and respect Hollow Knight, I don't actually enjoy playing it that much. I feel like if Silk Song is Hollow Knight on fuck you juice, I'm probably gonna enjoy that even less. So I think it's good. I think Silk Song is just gonna be one of those games that I appreciate from a distance, and I watch other people play. But yeah, I don't know. Like I don't know how much I'm really qualified to vote on most of the categories, as I just don't have the hands-on experience to say, well, in my opinion, this game, you know, hit these criteria better. Honestly, Like if I were to make some sort of statement at the Game Awards or about the Game Awards, I think, you know, what really stands out to me is how contentious this year is lining up to be, right? How many titles are gunning for Game of the Year or Best X game, Best Y game, which more than anything is a testament to the quality and the quantity of high quality games that we have gotten, right? Like, I feel like there's been a little bit of a pendulum swing on Baldur's Gate 3, but when Baldur's Gate 3 came out, what was that, 23? Like, it swept the Game Awards. I don't think anyone was really that surprised about it. Like, it wasn't that none of the other games were good, but Baldur's Gate 3 came out and everyone was just kind of like, yeah, that one. Whereas this, like, it's like, okay, Game of the Year. Well, a lot of people are thinking Expedition 33, but you look at the other ones and you're like, yeah, it could be. I don't know. It's just a really good year with a lot of competition. It is a very high bar, and I think that's great. You know, I think that is something to be really excited and celebrate. You know, what I'm trying to say is don't like jump at each other's throats for voting for a different game to be Game of the Year. We should all be celebrating together that we have so many quality games to partake of, despite the best efforts of I'm gonna say the tech industry in general trying to cannibalize every cent it can out of the games industry. Yeah. Well, so I want to say that most game developers are passionate. That might be a little bit hyperbolic, but the fact is the game development industry is not the best way to make money. Right? If you're just in it for money, there are much better things that you could be doing. Right? To some degree, you're in game development because you want to make games. For artists, maybe not so much, just because there's not a lot of high-paying opportunities in general, but that's another discussion to be had. I think a lot of times, you know, the problem is not that you can't, the developers are not passionate about their work, it's that there are limiting factors that make it so that they can't do the things that they want on their projects. And so yeah, the opportunity to give developers the window, the green light, to make the games that they want and be passionate and be creative and not just shit out another Call of Duty. Cough, 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 cough. On that subject, so I have not played a Call of Duty in many years at this point, and I had no plans to pick up Black Ops 7 from the beginning. I've heard pretty dismal things about it, though I don't know what the state of its multiplayer is. I don't know if that's any particularly okay or better, but the campaign sounds like it is pretty terrible. Which, I don't know if that's just the Microsoft curse at this point. Because I feel like a huge part of why Microsoft went through all that effort to acquire Activision is to get that Call of Duty money, to get that success, that built-in money goose that is Call of Duty. And now they have it, and they can't make a good Call of Duty. It's like, you guys aren't just shooting yourself in the foot, you're fucking setting up a howitzer barrage aimed directly at your feet. Yeah, and I've seen some footage of the final boss, and it is comically bad. The fact that there is a final boss in a Call of Duty, I think, is kind of all you need to know. Yeah, but it kind of fits, right? So, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't even seen it myself, but people have dug into the codes of this campaign was made almost entirely by AI. What, like the campaign was vibe coded? I'd almost be impressed if that were the case. I mean, I would still be disgusted, but I'd be kind of impressed that they were able to deliver anything at all. Okay, that hand feels better. I want to make it a bit bigger, but I think the shape of it and the planes feel much more cohesive. Maybe not quite that much. Let's shorten it a little bit, widen it a bit more, rotate it. There we go. Good. Yeah, I don't know, like simultaneously this has been a really good year for games. It has been a really good year for games and a really bad year for the game industry. And I think a lot of the latter is the consequences of years of bad management coming back to bite us. But it does feel like the success of the good games that we have had has kind of been in spite of the general fuckery of the industry. God, was Mind's Eye this year? Was it? Good God, yes, it was June 10th. I don't know if I can call Mind's Eye the low point of the releases for this year, but it's down there. Then we had stuff like Dispatch, which I've watched Eve play some of Dispatch. The writing in that is phenomenal. I really like it. I really like those characters. I really like the direction. Good night, Nate. Everyone say good night. Yeah, like, even though I saw an ending to the game, it still made me want to go back and, like, see the rest of it and see what ending I could get. Like, I didn't feel like I had necessarily gotten the entire game spoiled for me because there was still so much else to see. So I don't know, might have to pick that up. And it feels like the kind of game that actually is kind of nice for it to be episodic, just because it's like, okay, I'll play a little bit here, a little bit there, and it doesn't feel like it's, you know, sort of engrossing all of my time, right? Yeah, I definitely want to see how the Game Awards shake out this year. I do. They need to not do a please wrap it up this year. They really need to let the developers have their time to speak. I know they have a schedule. I know they're gonna have all the ads and trailers that they want to get to, but I think, you know, this is going to be a really critical year for the well-being of the industry, and the developers need the opportunity to express that. And I think if they get ushered off the stage so that we can get another Doritos commercial, then I don't think we should have another Game Awards. Okay, so I think, I'm not sure. Let me check Oni's Twitter really quickly, because I'm not 100% sure if these sleeves are supposed to be connected to the top or if they just sort of form a continuous idea, right? Yeah, I don't think any of the renditions of the character yet really quite explain how they're working. Let me check the Discord really quickly. No. 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 Alright, it's fine. I think I'm just gonna treat them as separate adornments on the arms, so we won't try and like, tie the material together. Something more like that, right? No wonder it's not blending well. I'm not using a blending brush. I don't know, sometimes it's nice. Just sort of lay down the block out very quickly, very effectively, but sometimes you gotta actually get that connectivity going, and it's not doing it. You're like, what the fuck? Oh, so there was a really interesting thing. So one of the things that I really hate about, I don't hate, but it can be a little bit frustrating about games that aren't working the way that they're supposed to. And yes, I'm talking about Star Citizen. Is sometimes like stuff will happen and you're not sure if it is something that is working and you never knew about it, or if it's just something that glitched, but it glitched in such a way as to be a feature. So let me find this thing. This is actually a very cool ship. This is the Aegis Eclipse. I think by its design, you can probably imagine what this thing is built to be. Right? It's a stealth bomber. It has a few large torpedoes, 2 small guns meant to provide just the barest amount of self-defense capability, and a very low profile, right? Very hard to pick up on until, you know, it's ready to make the move. So the other night I was playing and I had a bounty hunting mission to go out to asteroid base and take out the bounty, right? Shoot him down. So I go out there in my ship, and you know, sort of an evolution of the system that they had up to this point. You go out and you have to scan to locate the target, right? Basically just go out there and honk your scanner until the person shows up, and then you blow them up. So I get out there and I honk my scanner and nothing happens. No one is there. And I'm like, did the game fucking bug out and not spawn the bounty? You know, so I look around for a little bit. I do a couple more honks and still nobody has shown up. And I'm like, all right, I think this thing is bugged. And then I get the little like alarm sound that says I have been locked onto. But there's nobody there. And I'm like, what is happening? And then I get missile launch warnings. And the Aegis appear, or the Eclipse appears on my sensors as it launches its torpedo. Like, it was flying with such a low sensor profile that I couldn't find it until it had opened its bay doors and fired missiles. At which point the missile crashed into me and blew my fucking wing off. Damaged my nose up something terrible. But honestly, I was impressed that the sensor system in the game is fine-tuned. Like, it's developed well enough, and the Aegis is actually able to hide from it and sort of perform the role that it was designed for. I didn't think they had gotten to a point in the game where it was ready to do that. So I was honestly impressed as much as I was pissed off. But, you know, sort of again, like, if this were a player, they would have shown up, dropped their missiles, dropped their torpedoes, and then run, because it is not designed to sustain itself in a dogfight. And the AI was not that smart. So it just kind of hung around after it had tried to blow me up, and I ripped it apart. But still, I thought it was a very interesting moment of like, oh wow, it's actually working as intended. Though again, I couldn't really tell if it was like the game had kind of bugged out, or if this was the way that it was supposed to be. But the fact that it happened with the stealth fighter was like, oh shit. It felt a little too coincidental to just be a bug. I don't know. Game development is hard. Very hard, and I'm hardly a good example of a well-managed, simple, effective game project, right? My own is kind of a disaster. Isn't developing a game just basically learning a new language? What the heck is code? I mean, code is like 6 languages. There are so many different kinds of code to serve different functions. But yeah, depending on what you're doing, you are absolutely learning a new language. And like for me, I don't do coding, right? I do scripting, which is like a step above coding. Right? So let me see if I can find a diagram so I don't have to try and half-ass my way through this. Yeah, perfect. This is exactly it. So at the bottom, you have hardware, right? Hardware is the physical machine the transistors that are running electrical signals in binary to make stuff happen. And then you have machine language, which is like the most, it is the most basic, or no. We'll put this one side by side because it actually puts little explanations of what's what. So you have the hardware, which is the physical movement of electricity to make things happen. You have machine language, commonly known as binary, zeros and ones. It is the digital signal that tells the switches to operate. You have assembly language, which is mnemonic symbols, and then you have high-level language. So I believe C is a high-level language. And then you have Python and Java, which are scripting languages. And then you have stuff like Scratch and App Inventor, which are basically just programs that you tell it what you want, you show it what you want, and it sort of works its way down, right? So every level of abstraction here makes it more and more into something that a human would know how to operate, or it sort of puts it into a format that makes sense to a human, right? So like an if-then statement makes sense to people. So you say like, you know, if variable is greater than 5, then run this script, right? As opposed to, you know, it will take that and then run it down through the levels of abstraction to get to the machine language, which then tells the hardware what to do. So, you know, when I'm making my game in Unreal, I'm using the blueprint editor, which is more like a Scratch level thing, right? I'm not writing anything out. I'm connecting nodes, which are basically just packets of code wrapped into a nice visual box and then running information between each other. But yeah, actual programmers will be working in C, probably not C. I don't think there's a lot of like game programming that's done in C, but like C++, C#, Python you can use in a lot of like engine developers that, you know, again, will sort of handle a lot of that back-end development for you, and you're just sort of telling it what you want to do using Python as a script. Yeah, so the original one is C. I don't know why it's C. Let's find out if there's a reason for that. C is a general-purpose programming language developed in the 1970s by Dennis Ritchie and remains widely used and influential. Why is it C and not B? Or A? Oh, successor to the programming language B. C was originally developed at Bell Labs by Ritchie between 1972 and 73 to constrict utilities running on Unix, applied to re-implementing the kernel of the Unix operating system. Okay, so yeah, essentially B. And is B a successor to A? No, B is derived from BCPL. Okay, so we had, BASIC. So like one of the very old programming languages is BASIC. It is literally called BASIC, and it's still used in some instances. But, so I guess in the 60s, there was BASIC Combined Programming Language, which was then iterated into B, which was then replaced by C. And C has sort of become the mainstay, right? That is a like the core of a lot of programming in the modern day. So in programming jargon, ++ is a shorthand for increment by 1 or +1, right? So ++ is +1, minus is -1. So C++ is basically just C+1. It is the next level of the C language. And then some cutesy programmer was like, well, what if we take the two pluses and sort of slightly overlap them so that they make a hashtag, and then we'll call it C#. So C++ is an iteration on C, and then C# is an iteration on C++. And I believe C# is like, it's still a programming language, but I feel like it's a higher level, so it's like more more towards what some would consider a scripting language compared to C and C++. I think Unreal uses C++. I believe you do programming in Unreal and C++, but if you want to write scripts, you use Python. Could be wrong about that. But for me, I just use the built-in blueprint editor because I'm an artist, not a programmer, not a designer. I don't know how to operate competently at the code level. So I really need the tools that they have created and implemented to be able to develop my game with any level of competency. The really annoying thing, I was talking to my roommate about this, I think I've said this before. What I really need to do, and part of it is because I'm not very good at this, I have not, sort of taken the time to sit down and really work on it. So I think my game is complex enough as it is, right? I don't think I need to build out like new gameplay mechanics or new systems. There's definitely some stuff that I need to do, like I need to improve on the dialogue system. I need to make sure that the save system would work and all of that. There's some like core functionality, but like developing the gameplay itself, I think it's fine. I don't think I need to go in and do more, because past a certain point, you don't add depth by adding more stuff. You just add minute complexity that doesn't enrich the experience of the game in any way. Think about all the games that introduce a mechanic for one level because they thought of it and they were like, that would be really cool, and they could think of like one instance to use it, and then they just drop it like a sack of potatoes. That's what I want to avoid doing. I want to give a neat toolkit and then think of interesting ways to use said toolkit. So I do not feel that I really need to like build out the game and make it more complex than I already have. What I need to do at this point is take the game that I have made and give it to other people to play and tell me how much it sucks. Because I know it sucks. I know it's not good. I know it has a lot of ways that it can be improved upon. and I need to get over my own anxiety about, negative feedback and recognize that the people that are going to be giving me feedback are hopefully genuinely trying to help me improve the game and sort of understand what needs to happen to actually sort of get the idea to where I want it to be. So yeah, some of it is anxiety, some of it is getting over that hurdle, some of it is just sort of figuring out the actual execution, right, of packaging the executable, getting it to people, setting up proper feedback forms and channels of communication, and just like stuff that proper QA testers know how to do and I am not as well versed in. So some of it is learning, some of it is nervousness, and some of it has just not been taking the time. It's not even a matter of having the time, it's just, how am I allocating my time? I'm not dedicating it towards the game as much as I think I would like to be. But that's my own fault. So I don't think I'm gonna have a lot of time to sort of execute on that over the break. I think a lot of what I want to focus on over the holidays, as much as I'm gonna focus on anything, is getting the model redesigns sort of blocked out and up and going. I think that's gonna be a good thing to sort of look into to wrap up the year and start planning for next year. But I think as we sort of kick off the streams for 26, I really want to sort of get back into the groove of doing game development time. I am making everything artistically. I am making everything from scratch. That is the one part that I know reasonably well how to do. So I feel like it would be kind of silly to not do that, you know? And frankly, because I went back and I looked at a lot of the assets that I had made, some of them, many of them years ago. It was kind of like, well, these kind of hold up. I thought I would be like really dissatisfied and have to plan on reworking a bunch of assets that I had already made. It was like, no, these are kind of good. Who did this? snuck onto my computer and made good art assets. No, when I catch them. You know, like I said, the real sort of struggle areas are stuff that I'm not as well versed in. I think I've got the like core functionality of the game, like the mechanics that I want to include in a decent spot, but need to figure out. I definitely need to optimize the performance as best as I can, because I am making Unreal 5, and Unreal 5 is quite famously a lot of games made in Unreal 5, excuse me, do not run super well. And I don't know how much that is an issue of the engine being bad, or people not knowing or not spending the time to optimize it. It could be some combination of those factors, right? It could be many things. But while I am certainly not going to be well versed enough to make, you know, the best optimized Unreal game ever, I would certainly not like to, you know, lose a lot of goodwill, whatever I, you know, can find to begin with, to the game runs like shit. Though I'm gonna be honest, I don't know where I would necessarily even start with that. It might be to my benefit to just find someone, a group or something that does optimization and see if I can excuse me, Jesus, what the fuck was that? If I can hire somebody that would sort of figure out optimization strategies for the game. Might just be the better idea. I'm not gonna add the layering to the shirt just yet because I want to get all the shading in first. There we go. So, next year. I know that's a really easy thing to just say, but I really do care about getting that game done. I really want to get back onto finishing it. We made a lot of really good progress at the start of this year before we started running into the computer troubles. feel like we can find that energy again. Of course, there was also the whole animation thing, which was a huge frustration. I never figured out a solution to that. Probably can. One more year type of deal, more like multiple. That's a really good question. So I think there's sort of two avenues to attack progress from, right? Avenue one is developing out the skeleton and muscle of the game, right? Getting the existing sort of suite of mechanics into the hands of testers, having them sort of run through the white box level that we made, test some stuff out, you know, give their feedback about what is and isn't working, and, you know, sort of continue to refine and build upon the game that way. And then Avenue 2 is... Ooh, excuse me. What we might call full production, right? So we have the character model, we have Jordan's model, and we have C, the villain's model, antagonist model. We have a few environment assets that, you know, we can start to build out levels with and test stuff that way. But there's a lot of environment assets still to make. There's other creatures and characters that I want to include. We gotta figure out the sound design and the soundtrack. You know, and then we just gotta sort of design and build and script all of the levels. So I don't have a good estimate on how long all of that is going to take. And of course, the fact that I am only one person means that most of that is pretty much all of that is being done in serial rather than in parallel, right? I'll have one person working on improving the gameplay while another is building out levels, while another is, you know, making character models, etc., etc. It's all just sort of happening one after another. You know, I'll kind of jump around between tasks depending on what needs the most focus and also what just kind of draws my attention. So, I guess what I would say is if we could get a consistent cadence of development, you know, we stop running into these blockers that hang us up for weeks or months at a time. If we can actually get to a point where we're working on it once or twice every week, I feel like sort of a mid-range estimate would be like 2 years. And possibly more, depending on, there might be factors that I'm not taking into consideration, possibly less if I can sort of convince myself to dedicate more time to it. And certainly as we get closer, right, as we sort of hit a full production process for it, we're sort of out of this like experimental phase. We know a lot more of like how we need to do this, that, and the other, and really want to, you know, dedicate like more personal time and more stream time into its development. Then could probably pick up the pace on it a little bit. I will say, and this is not I think, like an imminent concern or anything, or if it is, then no one has made it apparent to me. If I do lose my job, I will start applying for another one, but realistically, I think working on the game is going to sort of shift into being my full-time focus for a while I do that. I say that just because, again, like, if my current job is in danger by any fault of my own, no one has signaled that to me. So I don't think that's, a concern or a problem. I think it would be more sort of a macro level thing of the team dissolving. But yeah, the industry in general is in such a state that if I don't have this job, I don't know what the how easy it's going to be to find another one. I've got a fair enough. Whatever. That is considerations for another time. Oversharing. Probably job hunt again. Yeah. I hated job hunting. It nearly, well, I'm gonna be honest, I nearly stopped trying to be in the game industry because of it. Like, I was at it for so long with so little success. Like, legitimately, the job that I got was a Hail Mary. I had basically already given up and was looking at just going like full-time freelance and getting into streaming. It's sort of like a multi-avenue freelancing gig. When one of my friends from school reached out and was like, "Hey, Kaiga, my company is hiring. You want me to put your resume in?" And he was like, "Yeah, fuck it, why not?" And I ended up getting that job, but I had also already started like the process and the design work of setting up streaming, and I was like, well, it kind of sucked to let all this go to waste. And that was 4 years ago. It was 4 years ago this month. Honestly, maintaining the same job for 4 years in the game industry kind of feels like an accomplishment. It's a very volatile industry. People come and go a lot, both voluntarily and otherwise. The worst part of the job is getting... I saw a coffee mug the other day. It was like, I became important at work and it's ruining my life. it spoke to me on a visceral level. Let's do a job and go home. A Patricia from finance says 10 billion question mark is over there. True. Or just like, you know the projects better than anyone. You know what other people are doing. You just have it in your head. And so people come to you and they just rely on you because you know it. You got it. You got the whole project unlocked and you're like, please, I just want to go home. I want to go home and curl up on my couch with my blanket and play video games and stop. I don't know. I can't complain too much because my job is entirely remote. I don't have to deal with commutes. I went out to get dinner today. I went out at like 5:30 and it was pitch black, right? The sun had gone down by 5, so it was thoroughly nighttime by the time I went out to get dinner. It was a short walk. You know, I was very careful because I had dressed kind of darkly. I was like, oh shit, I need to be careful because I can't trust that anybody else is going to see me clearly. But the entire time I went out and came back, I was like, these people are going to kill each other. It was just like so much like simmering road rage that I'm just like, guys, let's all be cool, okay? We all just want to get home. Everyone just wants to get home in one piece. You know, during the summer, I'll go out and ride my bike, and some of my routes take me over the highway, and I just see it's like a parking lot. You know, there's just the cars aren't moving. They're just stacked up on the highway. And I'm like, you couldn't pay me enough money to go sit in that 5 days a week. It's not worth it. Yeah, because you've been dealing with your job for 8 hours. You're exhausted. You have probably more to deal with when you get home. Like one of the things that I'm really lucky about being remote is I can do like idle chores while I'm at home, right? I can sneak away for 2 minutes to do my laundry. I can take my lunch break to go grocery shopping because I come home, I put it away, and I just go back to work. You can't do that when you would have to leave work, go grocery shopping, go home, and then come back. So, you know, to me, like, the thing that I always would sort of have to imagine is like, okay, if I were to apply for another job that paid me more than my current one, assuming that I would have to go into the office half the time or all the time, you know, at that point it's like, does the pay from the new job divided by 10 hours, is that still more than my current job divided by 8 hours? Because it probably won't be. Also, very critically, we've never had to crunch. My team has never required us to like stay late and crunch. There have been a couple of evenings, like over the 4 years that I've been here, there have been a couple of evenings where we had like a high priority thing that we needed to get done, or we needed to stay and fix something, and we were there for like an extra hour just to see something over the finish line, right? Which by crunch standards is not crunch. Crunch is like you should have clocked out at 5 and you're going home at 10. So yeah, as much as I can and will complain about some of the more frustrating aspects of my job, you know, I do consider myself lucky to have it, and I do feel like it allows me to maintain a reasonable balance between, you know, work and personal. I think there is more imbalance due to my own decisions than the requirements of work put upon me. Okay. Actually, these guys should be longer. Why did I say it like that? That's weird. Longer. And then the incisors should be shorter. So a little bit of red back in there. Okay. So I don't know. I'm not, at this point, a huge fan of this whole job situation. I feel like it could be fine. I just feel like the way that it is being handled at large is kind of soul crushing and not really beneficial to most of the people involved. Actually, I want to flip this over. Light is slightly coming from the outside, so let's make this lip a bit lighter. Shall we? Okay. And then next thing, we're gonna take the eyes. I want to come in and give the Eyelashes, a bit more definition, a bit more shape. Oh yeah. Especially when I'm trying to figure out the expression, I'll do it a lot. I'll either sort of try and mimic the expression and understand like the shape of the eyes or the placement of the brows. I'll, sort of mime out the pose and try and figure it out, figure out the positioning of the fingers and the grip. It's a tried and tested professional technique. There's no shame in it. Every animator worth their salt has done silly acting sessions to figure out how to go through their animation sequences and make it have the right weight and presence. There we go. Alright, so yeah, I'm just gonna elevate this up a little bit higher. There's very thick eyelashes, but I want to get that sort of wide-eyed sense of adventure in. So we're just gonna raise it up a little bit more. We'll sort of fill in the eye behind it. Or the iris, rather.
You're watching this video sitting down. I'm gonna need you to fix your fucking posture, you
Yes, thank you for the reminder.
Ass scoliosis motherfucker. Fix your spine! Damn!
I'm actually doing alright. Chad, are you drinking? Are you hydrating? So. What, the scoliosis or the hydration? Oh no, wedged up against the side. I'm just like, tell my story! This is how I die! He was too puff. I don't know why, but it reminded me of a story someone was telling. They saw a dude at the gym that was just like huge, like head-sized biceps, just 400 pounds of pure muscle, and at one point, saw them pull out their phone and ask Siri what 4 times 3 is. It's like,
My story.
the
This is how I
perfect
die.
man. Tell my story. Can I borrow some of your muscles to reorient my spine? Hello, Panda. Happy Choomsday. So... I think we'll widen the irises a little bit, right? Like they're very slitted in the design, but again, we sort of want that Wide-eyed wonderluck, so we'll allow a little bit more than we might otherwise if you were doing a one-to-one. Of course, the thing that we're really missing, we really got to bring in, is the highlights, right? Because it's feeling kind of soulless without it. Nice. So we'll put, because the hair is, you know, sort of covering on this side, we won't have as much highlight. Keep this one pretty substantial because that's sort of harmonized, but then this guy gets sort of cut off. There we go. Cool. I like that. I think that's pretty good. Let's leave that on another layer for now. What I'm probably going to end up doing for the rest of the stream is just sort of refining the shape of the eye, the details, so that we have a good basis for the other one and just sort of make sure that we're happy with it. Yeah, and then this, we need to come in and add a little bit more definition around the shape, really sort of darken it as it recedes into the upper boundary. Good. I haven't been on a plane in ages, and frankly, I don't really want to get on a plane. I used to love flying. That's what bothers me the most about it. I used to love the airport. I used to love watching the planes. I loved getting on the planes and the takeoff sequences. And I don't know, just over the years, the experience has gotten so much worse. I feel like at this point, like between the overall shitty quality of the experience and just my lack of trust in the airplanes themselves to like take care of themselves and do their due diligence and proper maintenance, everything, I'm just like, y'all must stay down here. Y'all can figure that out on your own. You know, there's definitely some stuff that if I wanted to travel, I would, you know, need to get in a plane, but it hasn't happened yet, and I feel like it's not going to happen for a while. It's like, oh, you need to update your ID so that you can so that you can get on the plane. It's like, I'm good. I'm okay. I mean, I need to update the ID regardless, and I will do that, but it is not so that I can fly. Good morning, Jack. I hope you're having a good week so far. Welcome in. So remember a time when bowling was a name I could count on. I know. Better days, those were. See, I feel like the accountants took everything over and it kind of just ruined all of it. Oh, Jack, thank you for the 41 months of resub. I really appreciate the support and I appreciate having you here. Thank you, Jim. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Yes? What are you doing? Let's just switch to this brush. That climb up a little bit. We've got these sort of like dark flecks within the iris. Not the sclera, sort of like those little pockets in the musculature of the iris where it darkens a little bit. Something like that. Yeah. Right. And the one thing, I'm just going to pull some color over from the reference because for one reason or another, this little section of the iris is sort of like reflecting a purple tone. Which I don't really get why, but we'll roll with it. So just sort of fill this in like so. Okay. There you go. Just gonna have a little bit more blue because you got these little flecks that kind of bounce up like so. Good. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Okay. Okay. And then... Okay, so that eyebrow... Where's the eyebrow at? Okay, I think I see what's going on here. So we're gonna nuke that. I like the color though. So we'll leave it in place until I get its new home sort of figured out. I think because we're going for that sort of wide-eyed expression, eyelid is going to be pretty much fully extended, right? So the fold at the top is going to be pretty much just right there. We're going to have a lot of room, which means the brow needs to come down lower. Something like that. And then you go down like that. Yeah, so the problem is basically just the eyebrow is too high up. Right? Looks a little bit weird. Looks a little bit silly. A little bit funky. A little bit chunky. I'm just gonna pull this out. We're gonna get a little bit of a deeper shadow. Crook of the brow right there. Yeah, that goes like that. Okay, so yeah, now you. So, yeah, I'm trying to remember. The outer corner of the eyebrow does not move as much as the inner corner. Right? So if you're gonna have like a surprised expression, it's gonna go more like this. Is my sort of recollection. Right? That the inside corner is gonna elevate really high. The outside corner will move up a little bit, but not nearly as much. That looks that's not quite the right angle. Here, let's walk it back a little bit. Zoom back so we can see more of the expression and judge more correctly. If we go kind of like that. What's that look? Yeah, something like that. I think the eyebrow just got a little bit too high before. Maybe bring it down a little bit more. No, it's, you know, absurdly thick, so we're gonna like have it. Okay. This is why I usually do eyebrows on another layer, because I end up doing a lot of draw through and kind of making a mess of everything around it. But yeah, if we sort of use shadows like that. I tried making chili last night for the first time. It was, I guess you could say, homemade. Like I you know, there was like canned beans and everything, but mixed the spices, cooked the meat and everything myself. It was pretty good. It was pretty good. I might have used a little bit too much garlic. And I might not have used enough of the other spices. Because it was definitely pretty mild. It was very flavorful, but a pretty mild chili. I'm sure some people would be like, pussy, but I wasn't going for spicy. From a flavor standpoint, I absolutely agree. From an an aroma standpoint, there is such a thing as too much garlic. There is Gilroy levels of garlic. When you're sitting at your computer 3 hours after dinner going, what is that smell? Oh my god, it's the garlic. And the crazy thing was, I didn't think it was that much. I used like 4 cloves. Not the whole bowl, right? Like you pull it apart and you get the clove out of the bowl. I used like 4 of them. I used 4 because it called for 3 and 2 of them were pretty small. So I pulled another one out. And apparently that was too much. It was good though. It was good. And now I just have a stupid amount of chili in my fridge for later. So I would say mission accomplished. I might freeze one of the containers because I do have a lot left and I'm not going to go through it super quickly. On the other hand, with the amount of spices in there, it's probably not going to go bad either. I had a friend once who ate part of a clove of garlic just for the experience, so he didn't want to be near himself. See, maybe that's the thing. Everyone's like, yeah, garlic. Like, sorry, 1 second. Ugh, sorry. They're like, you hang garlic outside your door, it'll ward off vampires. Like, it'll ward off everything. Just the smell of whole ass garlic hanging in front of your house. Yeah, it's not coming near. Nothing's showing up tonight. Like, don't get me wrong. Again, the taste of garlic, really good. Garlic bread, yes. Garlic on like pizza or pasta or whatever, yes. There is a limit to the smell. There is a point where you're like, oh, this was too much. Well, I appreciate your friend's sacrifices in the name of science. It's like that meme of, local man paralyzed after eating 413 chicken nuggets, and everyone's response was, so 412 is the limit. My sister freeze dried garlic and she eats it like chips. Huh. I could see that. So, no, I guess what I've had in the past is candied ginger, which is super good. But yeah, I could see like a freeze dried spice root or something like that. I would try freeze dried ginger. Oh, on the subject of snap foods, let me find, where's the bag? Here it is. Doesn't actually say what it is. I guess they're roasted, but it's roasted wasabi green peas. It's like green peas that are dipped in like flour batter, and then they like roast them. They don't fry them. No, they don't fry them. They don't taste fried. But they taste like potato chips. Like if you ever get a hankering for potato chips, get roasted peas instead. It tastes virtually the same. It has way more protein and way less fat. I was getting them at the Japanese grocery store, but I was at my normal one, and you know how a lot of grocery stores will have like the Asian food section, they'll have like a bunch of snacks. I saw them there. So in the past, I have seen ones without wasabi, and I've seen ones with wasabi, and I've seen sriracha ones as well. The wasabi is fairly hot. It's fairly spicy. Hey, Lucid. Hope you're doing well. Welcome in. Welcome back. The upside. Well, so two upsides. One, they will exercise your sinuses. It's true. You will feel free and pure like nothing else. Two, the upside of them being so spicy is you get your satisfaction without eating too many of them, right? Because you get through a few and you're like, okay, that's enough, stop. You don't just keep munching on them. Because you kind of physically can't. Oh, hope the gaming was good. It's been alright. Having a bit of a more serious chat earlier, but we're making some pretty good progress on the drawing. Still a lot to clean up. Still a lot that I'm not super happy with just yet. But it's getting there. Wasabi plants will clear your sinuses so good you'll have synesthesia and smell the color S. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. I just want to curl this in more. I used to have, so I will fully admit that this was probably not actual wasabi. This is that horseradish bullshit that they would pull off and pretend is real wasabi. So, admittedly, not as impressive as it probably would have been. I used to have a party trick right? You know, you go to like a sushi place and they have like the fresh pickled ginger and the wasabi that you can put on. I had a weird thing where the two would cancel each other out for me. So I would like take a slice of the wasabi or a slice of the ginger and put a dollop of the wasabi on and just eat it. Honestly, it was really good, and like it completely canceled out the kick of either one, so it was just kind of flavorful. I think at some point though I had actual wasabi and it didn't work. That's a bit better. I like the shape of that. Okay. Yeah, thank you for the reminder. I think we're actually at the point where we need to wrap it up. I think we need to go ahead and call it a night. Honestly, with the way things had kind of been going earlier, I was thinking we might call it a bit early, but I am glad we stuck it out to the end. Yeah, there's still a lot that I want to figure out here. I think the shape of the face is not right there. It's a little bit flat on in some places. The hands are looking much better. The hands are looking much better. There's some refinement to do, but it's getting there for sure. And then obviously we haven't really spent any time with the background, but you know, I think making sure that you know, we're sort of nailing down Oni's likeness and everything was more important, right? Yeah, sounds good. So yeah, some pretty good progress today. You know, I'm sorry about the sort of heavier stuff earlier, but like I said, I felt like it was important to talk about, you know, to have stuff said clearly and shared rather than just bottling it up and trying to tank it. I think it's never a good idea. So yeah, let's see. I put out the question about the reschedule for next week on the Discord. So please respond about that. I'm gonna try this week to figure out how to set up the D&D survey, the design survey, in a way that is not gonna just be confusing, so please keep an eye out for that. And then there was the announcement about the Star Citizen referral code. If you guys are interested in trying that out come Thursday, you know, obviously no pressure. If you guys do have questions about it, just let me know. Let me check. I'm not sure we're gonna raid tonight. I'm just kind of feeling like we might wind it down for the evening, but let me see who's online. I'm gonna go ahead and shut off the VOD, so everyone say goodbye to the VOD squad.